So yeah, I would have been on earlier, but it was a long day. Been a very long day. I walked over to the store and back, and my feet are they hurt. My feet hurt. Been close to a year since I've walked that distance. Since I got my truck. Since I haven't had my truck, I've had to walk. So yeah, and this is building up content has been I got classes start again soon, so I'll be doing that, trying to figure out mobility to and from class. But yeah, the first thing I ran into this morning was this. uh I think I came across it last night, and while it's great, yeah, can't read that article. We'll do this. That it's going to make us sign up for some subscription. I don't want to do that. I wanted to read it. I don't want to subscribe. Station. Not paying subscription. Don't. Let's go. Yeah. There we go.
It's a non-stop job for those like Janae Patrick on the front lines working to prevent violence across the city.
I mean, the downs, of course, is we're losing youth still, So it's almost like no matter how much work you're doing, we're still losing our kids. Um, so sometimes it feels like you're trying, but it's not doing anything. I think right now the numbers kind of are saying that that could be otherwise. The numbers are down.
This summer, Patrick and volunteers with Mothers of Murdered Columbus Children are working directly in neighborhoods trying to make a difference, working to save lives.
The moms would always say it's not another mother. The goal is never for another mother to put on an orange shirt, right? We rather just have people who volunteer like myself. I haven't lost a child. We rather have more volunteers than people becoming mothers and volunteering or putting their pain to purpose.
Unfortunately, the city of Columbus has seen a recent surge in violence, especially involving kids. Consider these recent cases: a shooting at the Scioto Mile in mid-June, a mass shooting at a party at the Scioto Mile in mid-June. A mass shooting at a party on the 4th of July, both cases involving teens. Then there's this case back in June. Three teens were involved in an officer-involved shooting at a city park. City leaders have maintained that Columbus is safe despite these recent incidents. Listen to recent remarks from CPD First Assistant Police Chief LaShawna Potts.
I don't want us to forget this. We've had an uptick in violence, but overall, Columbus is extremely safe for a major city. One homicide is one too many, but I want to reiterate that this is a safe community where our community can come, work, live, and play.
Community volunteers say despite the recent violence, they're trying to remain hopeful.
It don't stop nothing, that's for sure. If anything, it pushes you to go harder. Figure out what's next. What youth aren't we reaching? Where do we need to be at to engage those specific youth, right?
This year, Columbus has had the lowest number of homicides in almost 2 decades. But Mayor Andrew Ginther says the city is going in the wrong direction when it comes to deaths from domestic violence. Columbus has had 81 homicides so far this year. Ginther says that's the lowest number since about 2007. And Columbus Police Chief Elaine Bryant says detectives have solved almost 70 of those cases, as well as 30 homicides from previous years. But domestic violence deaths are not slowing. Ginther says it's a community issue.
The police cannot solve that problem for us, and so I'm going to need faith leaders, business community leaders, other community partners, for all of us to step up our efforts around that.
Ginther noted that this year, residents provided a record number of tips to police, and he says the city's pilot program to better investigate non-fatal shootings has been a success. He says the city will expand that program soon. Ali Vugrinsic, WOSU News.
Okay, so I don't understand how he can say that that's not something the police can take care of. Like, I'm almost positive the police can't really prevent murders and homicides. Like, they can if they are there and it's about to happen. They can intervene. So to insinuate we can prevent this other crime, but we can't prevent this crime. Hey, all of crime has some type of mental illness to it. All of it. So what you can do is start asking the questions: is what's causing people to commit these domestic violence deaths? Like, and again, it'll boil back to mental illness. Maybe offer, well, you can't offer better mental illness programs if it's all going to be backed by a healthcare industry that's also being robbed blind by a health insurance industry. I mean, let's face it, he is right. The city and the state can't help because, and if for them to be able to help, that would mean insurance companies would have to start helping more, doing more, offering more. And that will never happen. An insurance company offering more, you may as well ask them to give away all the profits for the next 50 years. That's the only way you can really, anybody can really help. Is if the stranglehold on people being able to get the mental health treatment they need, rather than being locked away into a mental institution and pumped full of drugs. We need to open asylums again. really boils down to that. Boils down to the asylums need opened again. Reopen insane asylums. High-level mental institutions. People, I mean, somebody commits a domestic violence crime once, there's a high chance they're going to commit another one. It's very high. And that's for both men and women. It's a very high chance that they're going to commit another domestic violence crime. That's what's I think I can use my mic. What's the likelihood of somebody committing another domestic violence crime? Let's say that again without stepping on our whole face. What's the likelihood of somebody committing a domestic violence crime after they've already committed one? I think it's likelihood of somebody. What's up, buddy? The chance is high. I just said it. The chance is high when someone commits domestic violence, the risk they do it again is much higher than average. What research consistently shows, plain language, about 40 to 60% of people arrested or reported for domestic violence reoffend at least once. A prior domestic violence incident is the strongest predictor of future domestic violence. The risk is highest in the first 6 to 12 months after the first incident. Violence often escalates, not just repeats, more severe harm over time. Why repeat risk is so high? Domestic violence is about control, not anger. Without real intervention, the behavior pattern stays. Stress, jealousy, substance abuse, and the access to the victim increase risk. Victims often remain in contact. Shared housing, kids, creating opportunity. If the person violated a protection order, repeat risk jumps higher. If there was strangulation, prior threats, or weapon involvement, risk of repeat and lethality rises sharply. Arrest alone does not reliably stop repeat abuse unless paired with monitoring or treatment. Bottom line, it's simple version. If someone has already hurt a person once, there's a very real chance they will do it again, especially soon, unless something changes in a serious way. And this is why if somebody commits a domestic violence crime once, it's best to just put them in the place that they need to be to receive the help that they need so that it doesn't escalate. Because as it says right here, the more violent the aggression is, and even that first interaction, the chances increase from there. They don't stay the same. Oh, well, maybe they were just on substance. There you go. It tells you right. It says right there. Substance abuse is very big, and why it's so high. And if they're able to lose their control that much when on substances, then they should be locked away in a facility and seeking treatment. And it would be hard to gauge on whether someone like that is okay to join the regular populace. Because it's one of those things that if left unchecked can get really bad. I mean, and somebody can just, who's not overly insane, but who is is mentally a danger to everyone around them. It's, they would get stir crazy, they would get cabin fever, they would essentially try to do any and everything possible to get out of that place, in a place like that. So the unfortunate thing is then you have these horror movie style people running around loose in a facility. So from there, what do you do? Fortunately, that's where it becomes, whether it's a misdemeanor or felony. So uh, can't really say we'll just make the laws more strict on it. When you do that, it's just, it's like, I mean, these people find other ways to do this and it go unchecked for long periods of time. And again, you're ultimately just throwing law at it. You're just throwing one side of the book at them. Well, how bad was it? Oh, wasn't that bad? Misdemeanor. It was really bad? Felony. And then that's all it is. It's just like checking with your PO. And then when they don't, what happens? The person that hurt them ends up dead in a ditch somewhere. And this person ends up on the run, on the news, murder, suicide. It's just too many variables happen when this stuff goes unchecked, even once. Even once. If a situation in law enforcement, or a situation within a house, garners law enforcement to be present, then there's already a problem. There's already a major, major problem. And ultimately, the aggressor of the situation, not their first time being in that position, probably a very often thing, and it's been left unchecked. So in a lot of these situations, taking these aggressors off the streets should be number one. We shouldn't have an increase in domestic violence deaths if our homicide rate is somehow going down. Like, at that rate, they need to reclassify what's considered a homicide. And they need to start lumping any death, anytime someone's dying maliciously at the hands of another. To me, that's, no matter the way you spin it, it's still a type of homicide. It's still a type of a person killing another person, regardless of the semantics that are put around it. This stuff needs to be treated the exact same way. These harsh, heinous crimes against other people need to start being treated as harshly as the crime that they are. If people are proving they can't be in society and normal, or a seemingly normal-ish person, then they need dealt with. And in the ways that we can't keep paying, taxpayers can't keep paying for prisons to rehabilitate people who aren't capable of being rehabilitated. And if people are in prison, they should be working. They should be doing some of the menial things in production like they used to, and working toward our nation's debt. Like, because sitting in a prison working off the debt that they have to the city or whoever the case is with against them, the family of somebody they murdered, like working off a personal debt. I can guarantee you these families aren't seeing enough payback from these people being in prison that committed heinous crimes against their loved ones for them to feel like there was justice done. They still don't have their loved ones, and this person is still in a prison where taxpayers are paying for them to be there. And not just, they just can't be in prison and just sit and think about what they've done. No, they have to sit and make gangs and kill each other and sell contraband back and forth. Treat it like it's got its own economy. Like, this is like, what are we doing with prisons? Like, seriously. Non-violent crimes and violent crimes that land you in prison, if there's not an ability to rehabilitate you or work off your debts, like non-violent crimes usually are people committing thefts and, oh well, who knows nowadays, they probably got carjacking without any violence. They just ripped somebody out of the car. They didn't do anything else. They just pulled them out. Said, stand over there. I'm going to take your car now. Who knows? They probably have stuff like that. They probably broaden the non-violent crime umbrella so that they can hit people with more misdemeanors. So they can go back into the same neighborhood they came out of and commit more non-violent crimes to go back into prison for 15 days. It's a racket. Like I said, a lot of this stuff is not capable of rehabilitation. And if it's not, why are we dealing with it here and it not producing some type of progression for us, progress, a product? Like, start stamping license plates again. I don't care. Put them to work. These people show that they cannot be part of the regular population. Put them to work. They're the indentured servitude of the population in which they tried to terrorize. Like, that's the most humane thing you could do for these people. We know what the least humane thing people would say is, but we know also what should happen with most of these people. But we like to play human being. We don't playing God. That's playing God. Okay, well, see if they can really get rehabilitated. Again, you know, the ones that go to prison actually sit and not dwell in their what they've done, but make peace with it and attempt to do better with it. There are people like that. But you can't tell me a murderer is like that. Can't tell me a murderer is got the any bit of rehabilitation ability. You can't tell me that. So this stuff shouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist in the fact that if our murder rate or homicide rate is going down, but domestic violence deaths are going up, and it sounds like somebody's sweeping some statistics in with another one. Oh. Kind of sounds to me he's insinuating because homicides homicides are down because of the money that's being spent. So if we increase how much money is going to be spent on safety, it might go down another 35%. And this is what these politicians do. They lie and lie and lie. And we talked about this the other day. This was 7.5 the other day. No, wait, it was 750 million. 750 million was going to supposedly go into the $1.26 billion budget. 700 because we had the notepad thing right here. $1.23 billion budget. Now it's here in this article it says it's $1.26 billion budget. With 774 million going to safety and security. I don't see any I don't see where the 6.5 million is. Because that would otherwise be talking about this. Unless it's saying 6.5 million is going to include 6.5 million in city funds for a new resilient housing initiative. So they're saying 6.5 million for housing now. Housing was... Wait, they didn't even give housing. Because that's the workers. That's the housing team staff. And the housing team staff is investing 83 million into housing, using affordable housing bonds to invest 83 million. So where's the 6.5? So I guess we add that here. There's a bunch of new stuff. A bunch of new numbers he's added. And there it is. It's increased. The numbers increased from what he put out the other day. Now it's 852 million. For the three services. Safety, security, fire and rescue. And this is the same. This is essentially the same. So that's the new number. The new number is 852. So this doesn't mean anything. This literally doesn't mean anything. Because that number, the total budget number has gone up. Excuse. So that number has also gone up. Let's add an indicator for that, so we know which ones have changed. That's changed. That's changed. This is new, so we're gonna add an indicator for that. Add an indicator for that. Give ourselves a key up here. Asterisk equal to. And we're gonna add one for equals invest. And we're gonna do this for just whatever that means, because they didn't even tell us what that even means. They just said that they're putting $4.3 million in for a housing team staff who's investing $83 million from affordable housing bonds. So that was just a weird way they did that. Actually, we do a double sign because we use the hyphen. Double hyphen is for the investment. Okay, so, and we still don't know what the link us thing is. So, yeah, 3.7 million in the budget for barterers intervention program. Same time, the mayor called attention to troubling rise in domestic violence linked homicides and proposed 3.7 million in the budget for batterers intervention program. So that's a that's new. Okay, it's something new. Because we don't have, I mean, we have numbers that are around it, but they don't have the nomenclature. Because I know what all these mean. So yeah, that one is definitely new. That's a new. That 3.7 million for batterers. Program. We're going to put our asterisk. Okay. On crisis response, the budget would add $1 million for alternative response efforts, betting an additional clinician in the city's right response 911 unit. That's unless that's what assessment was, but that was supposed to be somebody to assess the infrastructure changes. I forgot the social work. So adding the initiative repair $5,000 $5 million in flexible supports for rent. Okay. So it's breaking out this. That's what this $6.5 million. So I don't know what that does. That mean it's going to be Section 8 housing. Is what it sounds like. If this is the housing fund, this is what's going to be put in so that people are only paying like $10 a month for rent and like 25 cents and a pack of Skittles for utilities. And their expensive cars and food stamps, $17,000 a month in food stamps, stuff like that. And then this is for when they get caught stealing or selling food stamps. Okay. So yes, it is strictly the low income stuff. Got it. Not saying that's what's going to happen, but that's ultimately what it is, what it ends up being. Ends up being, it goes to the people who don't deserve it, and they squander it and abuse it and defraud it and do everything that hurts the good people that use the program. That's the point of it. So let me find that affordable house. I'm going to add those as the subsection. So it's 5 mil for, I'm just going to say section. Expenses. Because this is ultimately what it is. Grant, utilities, unexpected costs. It's Section 8 and food stamps. I don't know why they're trying to make it sound any different, but that's what it is. $5 million is going to the Section 8 program and food stamps. And 1.5 mil will be for legally. Go back down here and pull numbers out. $1 million for an alternative. Oh, that's for that clinicians thing. I need to add that. 1 mil. Clinicians. What's up, man? Oh yeah. Oh, I got that one. 3.7 for the batters and venture program. Got also pointed the city's recent capital gains at the ballot. Voters approved a 1.9 million bond package, which he said will fund parks, affordable housing. So those numbers do not add up. Because he's saying that 1.9 billion So he's saying that this 1.9 billion bond package that was approved by voters, approved by voters, I would like to know which households got that. I'm going to say that. We're actually going to do that as like a rebate. I was just going to call it that because that's subjective. Okay, so those are all the numbers. Those are all the numbers in that from that article. This is a recent article. This was November 14th. Oh, so these aren't new numbers. These are old numbers. Which makes me wonder if we only approved if we approved 1.9 million, where's the rest going? The city just gonna hold on to $6.4 billion that he's just gonna hold on to it? Or no, $640 million. Sorry, bad math. If we approved this $1.9 billion bond package and they're only spending $1.26 billion of it, what are you doing with the rest of it? That's what I'd like to know. Yeah, there's 640 million. Is it going to get lost? Is it going to go unaccounted for? They'll probably find an article that'll change that and say that we didn't approve. It wasn't actually $1.9 billion bond package we approved. It was actually a $1.27 billion bond package we approved. We have 40 or 10 million that's going to go back into the city coffers so we can put it to stuff. So that's where I'd like to go back over here. That was that one. It was from April. $500 million housing safety. So that was how long after? Actually, that was next to today. One of the most recent. This in April is kind of coincides with the right there. $0.5 million is 6,500,000. That says 500 million. And that's way off from here. So they spend all year altering how much money they're going to need in this budget for what? Why even say anything about it? If you guys haven't pinned down any numbers, why are you talking numbers? Why are you giving false numbers that you know aren't real? They're not realistic. You're just guesstimating based on what some economist is telling you in your office. Stop. This is how you start hiding money around places. Is you start giving some of the fakest, most inaccurate numbers you can, so that it takes me making 14 of these just to be able to keep track of all your changes, so that when the new reports come out that you spent way more, I can say, then why did you project any of these extra low numbers? And don't give me some BS. Well, inflation and just things just seemingly costed more than I did, much more than I expected to. Because that's what the excuse usually is, and we'll go to. Is there was just so many unforeseen costs. But yeah, I spent all year altering every bit of the numbers constantly, but we still undershot how much we actually spent. This is what happens. This is what happens and will happen. I promise you. I promise you. We think we're getting money going into these. No, that's just what he's saying. He's saying it's going to go into that, but it's not. It's going to be funneled into a politician's pocket. That's what's going to happen. We need to start learning that these people are not for us at all. Maybe 300 years ago, 200 years ago. But no, it's gotten worse as time has gone. These people are not doing anything for. What's it cost? Don't sell. They don't say. Oh, go figure. Remember what I said about South Linden? This is where they're putting that place up. I didn't find it. It found me. That's that right there. And again, I'm glad nobody died as a result of the shooting. But I mean, when was this? This is October 16th. Article was released 12th. Oh, damn. Working on that for like a month. Jeez. I was delivering pizza, not at South Linden, but I was delivering pizza in this area. And police activity was constant in that area. And not just police driving around. No, I'm talking sirens going, lights going, flying up and down the streets. Police were out in force over the summer. And up until I stopped working in the South End around my birthday, November 15th. about a month and a half ago. And one of the last days of being in that neighborhood, I don't know what was happening and what was going on. Actually, I do. Kid pulled a gun on his sister or pistol whipped his some gun thing happened. Some kid with a gun. Police all over the place. And even then, don't have to be gun crimes, homicides. What about these kids that are stealing cars, stealing property, get caught, go to their little daycare centers, get out, and then literally go right back to doing the same things? Because now they're a hardened criminal. They've done time. They're Mr. Bad. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to escalate. Most of these kids do not reform. So constantly patty caking for them, it's going to get people hurt. It's going to get people hurt. And that's what these cities want. They want people to get hurt because then they could push a new agenda. They could push a new policy. They could push those laws they've been trying to push for the last 50 years. They don't care if we get hurt. They don't care if we're being killed. They say it for votes. They say they do for votes, but they ultimately do not. None of them actually do care. They do if it's one of their own, if it's one of their family members, if it's one of their friends. If one of their friends or their family run into the things that we ran into daily, then they might actually care enough to do an actual thing about it. And not just say it for more votes so that they can get more money added to a budget for more programs that they can say they're proven. By who? If they're so proven, tell me the programs. Don't say proven programs. Say the program for beaten and battered women, the program for keeping drunk drivers off the road, the program for charging non-violent criminals for actual crimes, because it doesn't matter if it's a non-violent crime or not. There are chances of committing another non-violent crime is still high. That's why they won't say what proven programs means. Because they know then they would have to answer questions about why haven't we, if this program is so proven, why has nobody ever heard of it? That's why they use a word like proven program. Because then you can't ask, what do you mean proven program? Yeah, programs that have proven to work. Like, you know, the programs that are out there that we prove day in and day out, and then they talk around in circles and it literally answer everything but the question. These people aren't for us. We need to stop thinking they are. We need to stop clamoring behind them, carrying their coattails while they fart and shit in our faces. Because that's what they do. That's what they do. And people think that this current administration is any better. No, they've proven they're no different. They literally have proven they're no different. Absolutely no different. And one thing Valhalla VFT said earlier is that he kind of covers what somebody else was saying, but it rings true. It rings true for everywhere. It wholeheartedly rings true for everywhere. that Biden, as bad as that dude was at politics and government and being a president, he at least arrested hundreds of people for January 6th. Do you know how many Epstein co-conspirators have been arrested? 0. Not one. They're being hidden. They're being covered up for. The one thing we wanted even more than immigration reform. The one thing we wanted more were those. The Epstein files. The actual Epstein files. And you can keep the victims safe. We want to keep them safe. That we want to keep future victims safe. Why do you think we want the co-conspirators all gone? Why? It's not because we want to dismantle Hollywood and politics. And if it needs dismantled to clean it up and keep people safe, then so be it. So be it. It needs to be dismantled and so that people can be kept safe. If that means getting rid of all of you to usher in better versions of humanity, then so be it. Goodbye. Your time is up. And that's not just here. That's because this isn't just a U.S. thing. This is a global thing. It's not a global phenomenon either. It is a global scandal. Because it's been allowed to happen by the biggest, most powerful governments in the world. It's been allowed to happen, and it's not just been allowed to happen, it's been fueled. It's been fueled by these people. The one thing we asked for, you've done everything but, and then you want to sit here and say, well, you guys are constantly thinking about the wrong things. No, we're not. No, we are not. We are thinking about the absolute one right thing while you're thinking about all the wrong things. Take your lips out of Bibi Netanyahu's butthole. Stop human centipeding for Israel. And get back the hell to America. Because we need people here. We need our leaders here. Not out shilling for other countries. And sure as hell not shilling for somebody who's willing to genocide areas of people for his own sick pleasure. Because the dude is sick. Netanyahu is a sick, sick dude. I truly think he's South Park Time Warner cables while watching Palestinians being blown up. I guarantee you. Oh, Palestinians being blown up. Oh, man. Oh. Guarantee you. That's Bibi Netanyahu in his office while Palestinians are being blown up. Oh. And we have our president chilling for it. Oh, let me hold your nipples, Bibi. Let me hold your nipples. Don't release the files from the Epstein files of me. Let me hold your nipples, Bibi. Ted Cruz, too. Ted Cruz has got his mouth full. His hands aren't full, his mouth's full. Not full of words either. We all know what it's full of. BB Jam. I'd say Crenshaw's probably got his mouth full with that same BB Jam too. Or some type of Israeli jam. Somebody in Israel's tossing some jam into Crenshaw's mouth. Everybody's proved that point. Okay, so pretty much we've covered it. And that's ultimately what I was looking for. This and the homicide thing. Because right here, it's what I was saying. They'll say one thing while completely avoiding a glaring connecting factor. Like, oh yeah, homicides are down because we separated out domestic violence deaths. Anybody that kills their spouse it's not homicide anymore. It's called domestic violence death. Again, they do things so that they make themselves look smart, make themselves look good, while he's looking like he's ready to shit his pants, and she's looking at whatever the hell she's looking at. He looks like he shit himself. Like a baby hiding in a corner. What are you doing over there, Ginther? What are you doing, Ginther? Shitty pants Ginther. And the bad thing is, I didn't even know this dude became governor or mayor. Didn't even know. Didn't even know he became mayor. Like, where the hell did he even come from? Like, where the hell did this dude come from? Fighting poverty by providing nothing. You're the reason you're in poverty, not me, not the government, not wages and wage imbalance. You're the reason. You want to stop being poor? Then stop being poor. Being poor is your fault. Let's watch Ileana Omar get owned.
Fox News alert.
Watch this
New
bitch get
information
owned.
is coming out about Minnesota's massive
Such a
fraud
despicable
scandal.
woman.
Each new revelation is fueling more and more demands for answers from Democrat Governor Tim Walz and his administration. The FBI saying it's massing resources to get those answers. This is the Faulkner Focus. Hello, everyone. I'm Julie Banderas, in for Harris today. So an independent journalist is documenting some damning sites at multiple Somali-run child care centers in Minneapolis. The videos are shocking. They show misspelled.
And I don't care what anybody says. I said it first the other day when all this shit was breaking open. I said it first. The permanently closed thing should be one of the biggest indicators of fraud. And anybody trying to use permanently closed as an argument is showing their intelligence, literally showing the intelligence levels of, or the capacity of their intelligence. Because it took me just asking, wait a second, if you're permanently closed, why are you getting funding? How are you getting funding if you're permanently closed? So it's like, it's the capacity of these people's thinking. So anybody that's using that as an argument, just remember, you've reached the capacity of your thought process. So just quiet down and let the rest of us talk. Let the rest of us do what needs to be done, and that's taking care of everything. Because as well, another glaring, and also another thing I said, a glaring indicator that these places are not on the up and up. It's like, how do you expect childhood development to happen when they can't play? They can't run around. Their playground is a parking lot. And that's what's insane about these places, is they don't have playgrounds. Like, it should have been a massive red flag. Like, and if you're trying to commit fraud, do better. Really, do better. Again, I'm not that intelligent, but I could have probably created a better daycare fraud scheme. But then again, I would feel bad that I'm running a daycare fraud scheme, so I would ultimately run a daycare. I would run a child care center. Because I would feel bad that there would be children out there not actually getting the learning and development that they truly need at the young age in which they need it, the age in which these places are operating. It's like these are the children that need it the most. So to commit fraud with a child care place is some of the sickest, most diabolical things you could do. And these people are, it shows the how low they will go. It shows how low they will go. They will use children and sick people as a way to defraud people. And that is disgusting. And I don't understand why people aren't talking about that. Talk about that as well. Like how sick you have to be to defraud the taxpayer using children and sick people. Like that's some supervillain shit. That's supervillain level shit. And those are questions that should be asked. It's why, what made them go with children and sick people? Is it because it may have been the least questions asked? And I think somebody did bring it up. It's part of the reason on the child care. Excuse me. Part of the thing with the child care would be that nobody's gonna, like, it's gonna be easy to debunk somebody away from a daycare center or a child development center, especially if they're a guy, a white guy at that too. Everybody sees white guys as PDF files. So it's like, it's going to be shut down really easily. All you got to do is say, why are you asking questions about children? Huh? Why are you asking questions about children? So it's one of those things. It can be easily shut down if used properly. But with this kid, you can see there's nothing malicious about this kid. He's even trying to use ways to get information from them. They ask about the kids because you say you have these kids here. And I did see someone point out, I think it was on a social media, on a Facebook post, that you don't really see any of these anybody whose kids were in this place coming out and saying, wait, no, that place's not fraudulent. I have my kids go there. And then they'd be able to provide records of when the kid was there, when the kid was checked out. And the crazy thing is if these are, again, it goes back to, if these are daycare centers and learning centers, why are you telling me that you're waiting for the kids to get out of school? Wouldn't that would be the kids' learning and development, would be school? Why do they need to go from school to you? That makes no sense. Are you a Boys and Girls Club? Because then that's actually different than a childhood development center, a learning center, a daycare center. Like the Boys and Girls Club is not a daycare center. The Boys and Girls Club is it's like an after school program that keeps kids off the streets and doing malicious stuff on the streets. Granted, some pretty bad things happened in the Boys and Girls Club I was at when I was a kid, but I mean, it didn't really affect me. I've seen some bad people doing some bad things, and I'm like, oh man, that sucks. Can I go back and play pool? I mean, it's one of those things. Like, if it's a Boys and Girls Club, then yeah, I can understand starting at 2:00 and going out to whatever, because middle schoolers get out at like 2:30. 245, somewhere around there. So yeah, I can understand it then, but they're not boys and girls clubs, because boys and girls clubs also had outside areas. They had a jungle gym. They had basketball courts outside. Well, the one I went to, they started getting rid of all that stuff and started bringing most of it indoors. But they still had it for a while. They had it for a long while. So you can't tell me these are boys and girls clubs either. So again, they're only asking where are the children because you're claiming you have 100 children there. If you have 100 children there, why don't I hear them? And if I'm not hearing them, where are they? And you can't tell me, oh, you're outside of business hours. Bull crap. Again, bull crap. If you are being federally funded, your business hours need to be regular people business hours, not stay-at-home mom business hours. When she feels like she wants to go over to the casino for a while. So she's going to drop them off at this learning center for a couple hours. No, you need to run like a legitimate business. And if you're a learning center, like, who are you teaching? Who are you teaching? That's why they're asking these questions. And again, another one of these things is debunked simply by the 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. thing. The 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. thing just blows my mind. That is just the most mind-boggling thing I've ever heard. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Are we serious? And one thing I did forget, I was going to stop over at the place by my apartment, but my legs were on fire, my feet were on fire, and I really needed to get home. So I ended up not stopping by there. I will be probably calling them over there tomorrow. See what their hours of operation are. See if they can email me any information. So I'm not going to just show up there, try to knock on doors. I'm going to call them. I'm going to try to inquire digitally first. And then I'm going to start making things known. Because that's how it's going to work. If our city officials are going to hide it, then guess what? You get the megaphones like me talking about it and uncovering it. And then you get to deal with the fallout while I deal with the praise. And I don't even want the praise. I will hide from it. I want it all to stop. I want normal American citizens to not feel strangled by the system that they have had faith in their whole lives. To me, that's enough praise. That's enough praise to know that there won't be any more strangling the civilian populace for somebody's monetary agenda. No.
Held signs, boarded up windows, locked doors at no children at the centers that reportedly received millions of dollars in state and federal funding. That journalist is now speaking out about his findings. Watch.
I've known about the fraud taking place for a long time. Minnesotans have been telling me for a long time about the Somali fraud that is taking place. And with his help, we were able to crack over $110 million in fraud in one day.
Water.
And that's just the tip. When people say it's the tip of the iceberg, it really is, because there's billions of fraud inside the state of Minnesota right now. A kindergartner could figure out that there's fraud going on.
Walz's office pushed back against the videos, saying, quote, the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggressive action. He has strengthened oversight, including launching investigations into these specific facilities, end quote. House Majority Whip and Minnesota Republican Tom Emmer with this.
If what they're saying is real and can be documented, and what they're saying is they told Tim Walz about the fraud when it was happening, and he not only ignored them, he retaliated against him. I'm telling you, Molly, if that's accurate and it can be proven, Tim Walz needs to be held accountable. Everybody in his administration needs to be held accountable. It's time that we find answers to all these questions and hold everybody accountable.
Congressman Chip Roy is coming up, but first, Garrett Tenney has more on this mess. Hi, Garrett.
Hey, Julie, one of the most surprising things about this new alleged fraud in the child care space in Minneapolis is that it really isn't new at all. There have been reports about this very thing happening since even before Tim Walz took office, and it appears that it has largely been allowed to continue without much interruption. One example of a child care business that is now under the microscope is Quality Learning Center, or Leering Center, as the sign says. The business is licensed
tried to blame
for
it on the
99
designer,
children,
too.
From infants to toddlers, but the business hours
If
are
I was
from
the
2
designer,
p.m.
I would sue
to
them.
10 p.m.
I would
Over
say,
the past 3 years,
no.
it has been cited.
That's what they sent me. I would show the raw data file and say, no, these people sent me this file. This is what they sent me. And I would show it. If I was the designer of that sign, I would come out publicly and say, no, these people sent me this, and I asked them if this is correct, and they said yes.
For more than 120 violations for all kinds of things, including for not having proper documentation for all of the kids there. Despite that, the local ABC station reported back in January that the business has still been able to receive nearly $8 million in federal tax money since 2019. We've also confirmed that the owners took out more than $200,000 in PPP loans during the pandemic that were completely forgiven.
So it sounds like somebody was part of that PPP loan scam. Huh.
Nick Shirley says there were similar red flags at some of the other child care centers that he tried to visit in the Twin Cities.
It's so obvious. If you're living in Minnesota, you have to raise your eyebrows and think, what's going on? Literally, if you drive around Minnesota, around Minneapolis, you'll see daycare centers, autism centers. You will then see transportation companies that have snow piled up as if they haven't moved in months.
After Shirley's videos went viral, FBI Director Kash Patel posted that the Bureau is all over this, saying fraud that steals from taxpayers and robs vulnerable children will remain a top FBI priority in Minnesota and nationwide. The FBI believes this is just the tip of a very large iceberg. We will continue to follow the money and protect children, and this investigation very much remains ongoing. While
Yeah, Kash
Governor
Patel's
Tim
going to
Walz
be
and other state
fired.
officials are now
That
claiming
dude
that they are
is,
taking
he's
steps to
been
investigate and to keep
even
this from
bigger
happening again.
disgrace
Remember,
than
these claims
Trump's
of fraud
most
in child
hated
care centers
enemy,
are not new.
Comey.
In fact, all the way back in 2018, as Walz was making his first run for governor, sources in the Somali community told our local station, KMSP, that it was an open secret that starting a daycare center and billing the federal government for it was like getting a license to make money. Julie?
Garrett Tenney, thank you. Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas, member of the Judiciary Budget and Rules Committees, joins me now. Thank you so much for talking to us. All right, so let's just talk about Walz and his credibility here when he says that he didn't know that any of this was going on when it's such a massive fraud.
How do you not know? You're the governor of the state. Like, every bit of all the budgets come to you. The state budgets come to you. Everything for the state comes to you. Like, you're the one signing off on the federal funding for these places. How do you not know? Do you have just some secretary in your office rubber stamping all of these applications? Because if that's the case, then that's even worse than the fraud itself. That's such a derelict of duty. You may as well have AI doing it, because at least AI is going to find discrepancies. Not Margaret, who's been overworked since the 70s. Like, it's insane. It's absolutely insane we keep allowing these people to dictate us.
Fraud scandal. How
And
could
then
he
turn our
not?
friends against us. Turn our neighbors against us. Like, these people literally create so much crisis that we lose trust and faith in everybody around us. And everybody starts to get seen as an enemy. All because these people want us to pay them more money without actually producing a result that means something. It is absolutely insane that this is even a thing. Like, it's no wonder they wrote in humanity being obliterated multiple times in the Bible. Because this is probably the stuff that they were writing into the Bible that got everybody obliterated. This kind of stuff. Because you take this stuff, take out the modern technology of money, and you send it backward in time, you can find something that it would connect it. You could find something that would connect to it and not contrast it as one of those stories in the Bible in which the reasons why God laid waste to humanity. Human beings are just so wrought in sin, I need to get rid of them. Like, this is the stuff that we're allowing. We're allowing people to make these biblical style decisions using us as pawns. Like, I wonder if we can achieve this prophecy from the Bible. Place humanity there. See what happens. Going like a madman outside. Well, somebody was trying to break my door down, but no, they're kicking their fucking snow off their feet. It's out hitting hard with the snow right now. That's that storm that's supposed to be rolling in here. But yeah, this stuff right here. Tim Walls talking bullshit, talking about I didn't know what was going on there. You're a liar, dude. You are a liar. Like, as I said the other day or yesterday, I don't even remember what it was. I probably say it so often anymore. It makes sense of why Democrats fought so hard. You tried to pull out all the stops to keep control of the government. It makes so much more sense now. Because if you look back on when this stuff actually started, now I'm literally the first one that I know of that's talking about it in this way. If we go back to when they're talking about the FBI started to look into this 9 years ago. 9 years ago was what? Say we're in January 1st now. 2026 minus 9. That's 2017. That's a year into Donald Trump's first term. And remember, the FBI, he wasn't specific on whether the FBI had started to look into it. Because I'll pull up Cash's tweet. Cash Patel. Pull up Cash. I'm not following you, bud. You tiny little man. You gotta be kidding. He's so happy. He's just so happy. Oh, where's your tweet? I don't give a damn about hockey. I'm gonna have to do it. And dude's only got 745 tweets. As if the internet's brand new to him. Cash Patel, Nick Shirley.
I know the media's in here, and if you have a target, that target's right here. It's not the men and women at the FBI.
Oh, shut up, you dingleberry. Need Cash's tweet. Well, about soda fraud. All right, so here we go. It doesn't actually say it. Thought it did. Yeah, FBI is aware of recent social media reports in Minnesota. However, even before the public conversation escalated online, the FBI had surged personal and investigative resources to Minnesota to dismantle large-scale fraud schemes exploiting federal programs. Fraud steals from yeah, it doesn't give the dates. So where the hell did I hear 9 years ago? When was it reported that the FBI started to look into fraud in Minnesota? Who was looking into Minnesota fraud 9 years ago? Find that on the internet. Here we go. Nine years ago from 2025. That's around 2016. It's most directly documented earlier FBI involvement in Minnesota fraud cases. Wasn't exactly the same scheme, but there were significant federal fraud investigations in the early 2010s. Operation Stolen Dreams was a mortgage fraud investigation in Minnesota, resulted in federal actions against about 36 people in 2010. This was run by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Minnesota in coordination with the FBI. That's what it was. That's what it was right here. Minnesota Department of Commerce were doing the investigations, the fraud investigations 9 years ago. So yeah, it sounds like a lot of people were doing different types of fraud investigations in 2016. But FBI hadn't really started focusing on it until 2025. Basically when Nick Shirley started uncovering it. Yeah, there's no wide reported specific FBI investigation for that year. But as early as 2010 and 2011, FBI has kind of been doing probes into it. So all the way back to 2010, 2011, so the FBI started probing into Minnesota fraud in 2010 and 2011, but just different scales of different types of fraud. As I said, what mortgage fraud, yeah, this one was mortgage fraud, where 36 people. Go read this. Minnesota. B. Todd Jones, United States Attorney for District of Minnesota, today announced the results of the Operation Stolen Dreams for the state of Minnesota. Operation Stolen Dreams is a national initiative organized by President Obama's Interagency Financial Fraud Enforcement Task Force and targeted at prosecuting mortgage fraudsters all across the country. Since March 1st, 2010, approximately 36 individuals have been subjects of federal court actions in Minnesota relative to mortgage fraud. Nationally, that number stands at approximately 1,215. And highlighting the initiative earlier today, United States Attorney General Eric Holder said mortgage fraud ruins lives, destroys families, and devastates whole communities. And as you can see, this is for that case for 2010. So attacking the problem from every possible direction is vital. We will use every tool available to investigate, prosecute, and prevent mortgage fraud, and we will not rest until anyone preying on vulnerable American homeowners is brought to justice. In announcing the Minnesota results, U.S. Attorney Jones said, "Home ownership is an American dream, but some unscrupulous folks have turned that dream into a nightmare. Thanks to the tireless investigative work of the federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, along with dedicated efforts of our prosecutorial partners at county attorney offices across the state, we are locating these criminals, putting them behind bars, and hopefully sending a message that mortgage fraud will not go unpunished here in Minnesota." The President's Financial Fraud Enforcement Task Force includes representatives from a broad range of federal agencies, regulatory authorities, inspectors general, and state and local law enforcement, who, working together, bring to bear a powerful array of criminal and civil enforcement resources. The task force is working to improve efforts across the country to investigate and prosecute significant financial crimes, including mortgage fraud. Federal mortgage fraud cases here in Minnesota are the result of investigations conducted by an array of law enforcement officials, as well as our federal partners at the FBI, the IRS, and the U.S. Secret Service, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. Makes sense. It is because of their dedication and hard work that the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota is able to prosecute such a large number of mortgage fraud cases and achieve the results it has gotten. Hey, here's the peoples. Now we get into meat and taters. Operation Stolen Dreams Federal Minnesota Case Example. I don't know why I'm so wispy. It's probably from that walk. Got my lungs all spread the hell out. Current federal Minnesota cases include one recently indicted involving 5 alleged fraudsters, 54 homes, $20 million in falsely obtained mortgage loans, and approximately $5 million in losses to mortgage lenders. The indictment in this case, unsealed late Wednesday, June 16th, charges Jesse Stephen Moxness, Tan Von Go, Dang Hai Nguyen, Vince Long Nguyen, and Trung Quan Tran, with 1 count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 8 counts of mortgage fraud through use of interstate wire. Damn, it's a long-ass article. Jeez. Oh, these are other people involved in it. Somebody flipped. That's crazy. There's this is all for these guys. Then they have a breakdown of some of the other people that were indicted. But I mean, look, 270 months in a federal prison. Makes you wonder how old this person is and how old they are now. They're probably walking free, committing fraud again. Hopefully they're not, and they're about to be set free, but they've seen all the fraud being cracked down on, and they're like, yep, not committing fraud when I get out of prison. I'm going to go and flip hamburgers for McDonald's. And you're looking at a lot. This are millions and millions of dollars these people are defrauding. It's a lot of people. Yep. So this was going on in 2010. Housing fraud. It's going on in 2010. I mean, it says Obama's task force, but was it really set up by Obama, or did Obama just sign off on it? Because I'm thinking Obama just signed off on it, thinking it's just going to be another BS department that's going to, or BS thing that's going to not produce real results. And then it produced some results. I mean, that is a lot of people being arrested for mortgage fraud. It makes you wonder how long it had been going on before they started to look into it. So that happened in 2010. But in 2016, or what? But yeah, but there were ongoing investigations into fraud during 2016. Which kind of makes sense of why Trump didn't get a chance to get after it, or his administration didn't get a chance to start uncovering the fraud, because the Democrats kept him in court. Kept him like constantly responding to the court stuff. Makes sense of why he couldn't uncover it in 2016. You had him in all the other different directions, which was it was by design. I mean, the people who aren't involved in something, like involved in the conspiracy, are just going to ultimately keep quiet because they don't know what's going on. They're not going to get involved, and if they do, they're going to get involved, and you'll see the difference of them and their arguments. And if they say they choose the bad guy's side, the arguments will be different. The styles will be different. The way they argue will be different. And it's more or less like an agreement with somebody because you like them, not because you ultimately believe them. Like I said, it makes so much more sense of why they pushed so hard for Hillary Clinton to get in. Not because they wanted to, that first woman president. She was a patsy for the continuing fraud. Because they would have got her in, kept her in for 8 years, then, well, Sleepy Joe would have probably been retired out of politics by then. And they wouldn't have had to run him in 2020, which is why he didn't do anything in 2020. He was just a little puppet the whole time. They just yanked his strings all over the place in 2020 to 24. Obama had to run the whole scheme from the background. He was hoping Kamala would have been able to come in there, take the reins over on the scheme. And he ultimately realized his failure when she ran over budget on her campaign and owes money on a campaign. Like, how's the campaign in debt? It's like the you're supposed to use the campaigning as ability to say, I can bring people together. I have the ability to pull resources. If overspending on that, don't mean you can. That shows me you can do the opposite of pull resources. You can waste the hell out of them. So, yeah. So I said their actions make so much more sense when you dive down the rabbit hole. And this fraud thing is like the entrance to the rabbit hole. Because then you start asking a bunch of questions too. Like, how far back does it go? And if they've had been looking into all this fraud way back, it makes sense of why they push so hard for these key people to be into office. Because outside of Obama, they can just be puppets. Obama's a string puller. He's not getting his strings pulled. I mean, he is, but he isn't. Like, he's been tasked with pulling others' strings while having his pulled. That's Obama. Donald Trump seemingly was the guy that had no strings. But, no. You see what color those strings are. You see who's got them strings. BB. But yeah. I wouldn't be sniffing on those, man. These dogs are barking. Feel my pants. So yeah. When he says they've been looking to him for a while, he ain't been looking into nothing. FBI ain't done nothing. He's probably talking about the old 2010 stuff when the FBI was helping out. That's it. Or the 2016 stuff when the FBI was investigating themselves. They weren't helping nobody. They weren't doing no investigating. They weren't already privy to nothing. That's why I can honestly say, Kash Patel, you better have enjoyed your time cosplaying as a FBI director. Better have enjoyed that time. Because the first train you're out, you will be out. Promise you that. That train's on its way. If he thinks it's not, he's smoking crack. That train is here. Damn. See what's going on with Ohio.
Hello, it's just me.
Why are you calling? Go outside.
No, aren't you?
No,
we just want to see if we have
the daycare.
Yeah.
Go. You have to move, please.
Why do we have to go?
Why you come here?
To see if we can.
Kid. Like somebody's house. On Cleveland Avenue. Exactly where that's at. Find the Secretary of State. Bright futures. Uh-huh. Was it Bright Futures Learning? What was that? Nope, Bright Futures Center. Uh, 95 Cleveland Avenue. Bright Futures Daycare. Right there. Wonder how important that is. I would say it's probably important for people that are looking for a place to put their children. And in 2017. Well, I mean, if it's been going since September, they have what, 4 months? 3 months of 3 months of business that they should be able to. Like, how hard is it to get one of these inspections? We'll ask a couple questions. First question being this: how important is the SUTQ rating for the business? And if the business has been open since September, how long does it take to get those inspections for the step up to quality rating? Evaluates how much a program goes beyond minimum health and safety licensing requirements and focuses on basically increased quality of learning. I would assume that bronze is what it is. Gamers know what bronze is. We don't like them lobbies. Low quality. Oh. So if they have to be fully licensed in order to get the rating, how long does the provisional license usually last? And how long do most places like this take to get that full license? Lasts 1 year. Can one of these centers get a full license before 12 months? It says right there. Okay, so these are what they have to do. Okay. So for a provisional license, it seems like it can take longer than a year, depending on how much these people want to grow this. Whoever's running whatever childcare business, if you want to do good things with that business, you're essentially going to get this stuff done and in place in less than a year. So the hardest part would be right here. Children actually enrolled in attending. Yeah, the kids actually enrolled in attending. So do these places usually get funding even with provisional licenses? Yes. Obviously. But is the funding for provisional still lucrative enough to not have to worry about ever getting fully licensed? Or does that put that place into a predicament? To me, this sounds like food stamps and what people in poverty get anyway. So I'm thinking that provisional is more than enough for some of these places to continue to operate like they do without having to deal with all the extra scrutiny and bureaucrat oversight. I mean, it's the bad thing is it does. It literally looks exactly that way. You're literally talking about the exact stuff that people in poverty deal with anyway. Like, people in poverty don't care about credit, and that's what these are. This is like building up a credit line. And this is the perks that come with having the high credit lines. And when you have high credit line and can buy all the good stuff, there you go. You're able to expand and stay stabilized. I mean, this is nothing. This is all poverty level stuff. This is stuff that they're like, okay, you're in poverty, you get vouchers and reimbursement, stuff like that, and you can charge tuition. There you go. In a in a place that doesn't care how they operate, they would fail a health inspection if it was one that was performed every single day. Maybe one day they go through and do all the cleaning when they know the inspector's coming. But every day, no. They would fail every day. There you go. There you go. And that's what we're seeing. That's literally what we're seeing. You've basically just explained the Minnesota fraud right there. Right there, you explained how it was able to go unnoticed and unchecked for so long because they just did the bare minimum, checked the boxes, dotted the I's, and crossed the T's when somebody was watching. But the moment somebody turned away, they went back to business as usual. And it wasn't until it all got blown open by somebody they didn't expect and until it was actually uncovered that, wow, it's bigger than we thought. It literally just explained the Minnesota fraud thing without even knowing it did. It did not even realize it explained it down to it, exactly how it's being done. Mm-hmm. Right here. I mean, it's literally it completely explained the Minnesota fraud. I accidentally and somebody. You're probably a bot. So Okay, so yeah, it basically did. I mean, explain it. It broke down how it was able to go, how they were able to just skate under the radar. So yeah, it did not realize. So yeah, it did not realize.
Goddamn.
So yeah, it did not realize.
Goddamn.
That's what people don't understand is this stuff is so easily tracked across many, many different places and ways. And the thing of it is like, if these people really wanted to call some notice and suspicion, they should have showed the parking or showed if there's a playground. You can't tell me it's a daycare center or it's a learning center or something like that if there's no playground. Like children schools, preschools, most places that deal with childhood development and childhood care and learning and all of that, they have a recess area. They have an area where kids can go and play and burn off their lunch. And these places not having just a jungle gym. There's like some type of playground area. Like playground area is a big sign. Like that is a big sign to me. A big flag. Playground. No playground. It's a place for children, but there's no playground. And at the same time, it's a place for children, but your operating hours are 2 p.m. That makes no sense. You're not a Boys and Girls Club. You're a daycare / learning center. And parents aren't going to take their lunch break to drive their kid to a daycare. And kids don't go to daycare after school. Kids that are in daycare are the kids that can't go to school. Or it's something during the summertime when they can't stay home because the parents are at work. Like daycares don't take place at 2 p.m. I just that's just mind blowing to me. Like how you don't ask, like how that's not scrutinized. Why are your operating hours at 2 p.m.? Like what parents do you get to bring their children over here at 2 p.m.? You mean to tell me parents leave work at 1 p.m. to come over and have their kids over here by 2? I call BS. That's why I don't believe a single crybaby person sympathizing with it. Yeah, you have to be really, really stupid to not think about any of the questions that need asked. Business hours, 2 p.m. Like, who puts their kids in daycare at 2 p.m.? What kind of daycare center doesn't have a playground? What kind of learning center misspells their name? These are questions that are so blatantly obvious that if the right people were allowed to ask them, this stuff wouldn't have happened at all. But the right people have been silenced and told to be quiet. That's not what's happening for so long that everybody just like looks past the fraud and looks past the lies. It's just like, no, that's not happening right now. It's happening right in front of your face.
Not, no.
Almost
Julie,
forgot what
great
video
to
it
be
was
with you.
watching.
Hope you had a Merry Christmas. And,
You too.
you know, it defies all logic and reason to believe that Governor Walz was ignorant of what was happening in Minnesota. Let's be clear. He was campaigning on it last year with respect to the campaign with
His campaigns were for the Somali population of Minnesota. That's what his campaigns were. For the Somali population of Minnesota. His
Vice
governor
President
campaign
Harris,
and his
in her
vice
run for the
presidential
presidency.
campaign.
He literally was talking about it. Thank God that President Trump won that election. Thank God that we do not have a Harris-Walz presidency, because they would be encouraging this to continue, whereas this president is rooting out the fraud, securing the border, stopping the flow of people into our country. But this is what happens when you have massive welfare programs that are funding people that are coming into our country, whether it's illegally or, frankly, through legal channels that are being abused by the radical left and the Marxists who want this to occur. The Somali community knew full well what they were doing. It's a part of an enterprise-wide effort that's global, tied to the United Nations, tied to the World Organization.
I've been saying that for days. We're uncovering it here, but this spans globally. This is why they tried to keep the Democrats in the White House and control of the government. Because then this stays hidden, it stays quiet, and taxpayers continue to pay the money. They didn't expect Donald Trump to be the wrench that was thrown into the engine in 2016. Which is why Obama got so butthurt when she lost. They thought they had it with Sleepy Joe because he wasn't even in charge. He was literally asleep while they were running it all. They picked it all back up. They kept the whole fraud scheme going. They banked on Harris and Walz's presidency. They pulled out all the stops, which is why she overspent so much money on that campaign, because they banked on being able to continue to hide the fraud, because they would have hid that too. They would have hid her overspending, even though the people in the know would have uncovered it and said, look, she overspent on her campaign by so much more money than she was even allowed to. The fraud would have continued. This is why the Democrats have been continuing to push this. And the reason Donald Trump didn't completely uncover it in 2016 was because he was held up in court. His whole presidency, he was in court. Couldn't do anything. And now that he can do something, he's over there rubbing on Bibi Netanyahu's nipples. Instead of doing something about it, he's rubbing on Bibi Netanyahu's nipple. Because again, what happened? The Democrats got Donald Trump looking in a different direction. And I don't think the Democrats got him looking over there. I just think that Bibi Netanyahu realized it was inevitable of him becoming president again and flashed his file at him. I think that's what happened. And said, remember, I still have a file on you. Just the same as I have a file on all of you. So you're going to serve Israel's interests, and you're not going to pay attention to anything else. You're going to serve Israel's interests, and you're going to blow up the targets that Israel wants you to blow up. And you're not going to pay attention to the stuff that's going on in your country. You're going to pay attention to everything else except for what's going on in your country. That's why fraud's happening in Minnesota, and Donald Trump is rubbing Netanyahu's nipples. It's insane. It's insane. We continue to not have a president. He's not fulfilled a single promise. And I will continue to argue it with people. Give me one promise that he's promised the working class that he's followed through on, because he's not followed through with a single promise he's given the working class. And Nick Fuentes is right. Republicans have a loaded gun to their head, proverbial loaded gun to their head, that if they don't start showing results over the next 3 years, they are out. They are out. The Democrats are out. And we will start hunting for the people that can do the job as it needs done. And that's actually doing the job for Americans first. Not doing the job for Israel first. Not doing the job for Somalia first. Not doing the job for any Hispanic country first. And not starting a war in other countries. Nick Fuentes is right. Republicans, you better turn your focus back toward the United States, or you're done. You're out. You're out. Because the Democrats are already out. We've seen what they are like, so they're out. Republicans have one chance wrapped up in 3 years to start doing it right, or they're out. We, the people, are taking back our land. And we don't need our money. We don't need money to do it. I promise you, the people of the United States, we just use our voice. We use our voice and our stance. And all of you are gone. All of you are gone. So I agree with Nick Fuentes. You all are on, I'm going to say notice, but that's putting it lightly. So I'm going to use his words. In the words of Nick Fuentes, Republicans, you have a proverbial gun to your head to do the right thing, or you'll be taken out. It's proverbial, proverbial, proverbial. Metaphorical, proverbial, metaphorical, proverbial. Not real, imaginative, hypothetical. Because I've been saying it for the last few days. This old way of politics that helps nobody but the few will no longer work anymore. This one lump wrapped up bill, piggybacking things on top of things, will not happen anymore. So you old fogies, you better take your old policies, stuff them back into your pockets, and retire. I won't shut up, ever. Tell me why I should shut up. Please, tell me why I should shut up. You want to come in here and tell me to shut up. Tell me why I should shut up. Exactly. Exactly. I ain't repeating it for you. Too bad, so sad. You should have fucking been here. And you want to know what I'm saying? You come in and say, hey man, what are you talking about? You don't come in leading with shut up, because I'll tell you, shut up. You have one more chance to say something actually intelligent before you don't get to talk again in here. Get one chance. So the next words that come out of there should be something useful. Bet. Bring it. Come on, say something useful. I have a YouTube page, S1C on YouTube. Go watch some videos real quick, and you come back with the topics, because the topic's been the same. You don't get to come in here and have me go rehash shit that I've already been talking about. No, you get to go do your research, come back here, and then we can talk. Do that. Don't come in here trying to think you're about to bring heat. You're about to be looking like an idiot. So go do some research, then come back. You think I give a fuck about, you don't get followers by talking. I don't give a fuck about a follower like you. You think I give a fuck about a follower like you? If somebody's going to come in here, the first things they say is shut up, then ask me what I'm talking about? Shit. I don't fucking care about people like that. People like that can smoke themselves. So I promise you, you want to know what I'm talking about, go to my YouTube page, watch some videos, do some research, then come back and we can talk. If not, say something stupid again, then you'll have to submit a request to say something else. So go do some research and come back. Anyway, let's back to my video.
NGOs,
Not
our own
mine, somebody
taxpayer
else's.
dollars that are being used against us while we import people to be
Research
put
my
on the
videos.
welfare
I have a
state,
YouTube
to be
page. Go
put on
find it.
Medicaid, and to take
I
taxpayer
gave you the
money.
link.
It's fraud
Use
that
your
has to be
brain.
stopped, and people need to be removed, deported,
I don't care how awake you
and
are.
sent back to Somalia.
I just want to know, how are they going to recoup that money? I mean, is that what Walz is now going to concentrate on?
You want to know what I'm
Because he
talking
says
about?
that
Go do
investigations
research
are
on my
ongoing
YouTube
in these
page.
centers,
I have a
but where's the
YouTube.
money? And why should taxpayers have to foot the bill? Who's going to end up paying the government back? Or is it going to be the responsibility of Congress, of
I mean, if I'm unlikable,
taxpayers?
Well, importantly,
you just don't like
I'm really
nobody
proud that
then.
we've at least put some
You don't
fraud
like a real truth-telling
protection in the
person.
big,
Somebody's
beautiful
not
bill,
going to
working
sit here
with
and
President
suck your
Trump and what
dick
we did
because
with the
you
work
think
requirements
you're
in Medicaid,
intelligent.
because we knew
Fuck
that
outta
there was
here.
ripe for abuse.
Go
But we've
fuck
got to
about
go a
you.
lot farther at the federal level, and we've got to hold states accountable. Right now, they know what they're doing, and they're trying to take this money. And by the way, this is the tip of the iceberg. Let's go look at what Gavin Newsom in California, what they're doing with the billions of dollars. And we know there is massive Medicaid fraud going on in California. We've got to stop that at the federal level and at the state
California's
level.
been
Look, one of the
frauding for a
reasons I'm
long
leaving
time.
Congress to run for Attorney General, Medicaid fraud is a central element of being
Anybody
Attorney General
pushing
of a
for
state.
Newsom
Keith
to be
Ellison
any
was
type
neck
of
deep in all of this. Keith
high-level
Ellison is
politics
friendly with CARE.
definitely
friendly
wants
with,
that fraud to
groups
keep
that are
going.
affiliated with the Muslim Brotherhood. All of this stuff is connected, and if we don't recognize that,
There you
then we're
go.
not going to win.
Hey, now we see. Now we see. Hey, there you go. A non-American person coming in here trying to talk American politics. Yeah, there we go. Borderline retarded. Low IQ. What country are you from then, Mr. Genius? Oh, let's hear it. What country are you from? And don't just throw out some random country you pulled off of a list of the smartest countries in the world. Let's hear what you got. Let's hear what you got, Mr. Intelligent. I'm intelligent because I'm from a country that it says it on a list I'm intelligent. Let's hear it. England. Oh my God. Hey, you have the motherfucking audacity to tell me that my country has low IQ, and look at yours. Y'all motherfuckers gotta pay to have a TV in your house. You gotta pay to have a TV in your house. You gotta pay to talk on the internet. You made us. Last time I checked, y'all motherfuckers got beat the fuck up. Last time I checked, y'all motherfuckers got beat the fuck up, sent the fuck home, and now you're sitting over there with your crooked ass teeth that we beat the fuck up on. That's why y'all's teeth are still fucked up, because you haven't figured out how to fix that shit. For how long? How fucking long? And y'all still ain't fixed your teeth. Bitch, shut up. Shut up. You are bringing 0-level intelligence to my shit. Fuck out of here. I ain't gonna get tripped up on my shit by you. Fuck out of here.
Exploit our laws to allow people to
Fucking
come to this
idiot
country,
ass
try to
motherfucking.
Islamify our country, and
Oi,
use the
mate,
welfare state to
I've
do
got
it.
some water over
Critics
here.
are also asking why Congresswoman
tea and
Ilhan
crumpets
Omar's
over
husband
here.
reportedly purged
Fuck out of here,
key
motherfucking retarded
official
ass.
details from his $25 million
It would be a
venture
fucking
capital
crooked
firm's
West
website.
Side
Now, this move
teethed ass
comes
mother.
amid growing questions about the
fucking
couple's
English
wealth
ass
and
bitch.
possible
Shut the
connection
fuck
to the
up.
welfare fraud. According to her latest financial disclosure in May,
Go drink a
the
bottle
couple's
of
net
water.
worth surged
Motherfucking
3,500%
retarded
in just 1
motherfucker.
year. It estimates now putting it anywhere from $6 million
It had to be in a
to
motherfucking
$30
crooked
million.
tooth ass Englishman over here talking shit. Ain't know shit about actual politics. His fucking country's being invaded by the most useless people, and they don't got guns to defend themselves. They had to ban butter knives for y'all motherfuckers to defend yourselves. Y'all motherfuckers shut the fuck up.
Then talk about the scrubbing on the website. That doesn't look good. What's Walz doing about that? Is he looking
fucking
into
priceless.
Well,
It
certainly
would be.
not. I mean, he's certainly supportive of whatever they're doing, and this is one of the other things that we
King
need
and
to
for
address
country.
is the extent to which members of Congress find themselves getting wealthy while they're in Congress. In this case, it appears by
You
being
watch out for
completely
your
in bed with all
highwaymen.
of the fraudulent activity that's going on in Minnesota. Of course, we should investigate this. Of course, should we look into what they're scrubbing from their website. I think we've got to explore this as far as we can, including potentially looking into denaturalizing and removing Ilhan Omar if she's violated our laws. And by the way, we should also ban stock trading among members of Congress, since we're talking about the wealth of Congress, and I have a bill to do that, and I hope we will do that next year.
Oh, she's
Mike
fucked.
Johnson, the speaker, is working with us to do that. We have got to stop all of this flow of dollars that is corrupting our system. Empower the American people to do what they do best.
The crazy thing about it is, if you got to look at when her, not just like the most recent explosion of her wealth, you got to look at it from the beginning. You got to look at when she got here, when she started to get into politics, what even her stance was when she first started into politics. You got to check all that shit out. You got to scrutinize fucking everything about her. That weird marriage thing with her brother, marriage, not marriage, whatever it was with her brother. You got to literally scrutinize not just her financials. You got to scrutinize everything about this woman. Because I guarantee she's also wrapped up in it. She's wrapped up in the same kind of scheming, the same with Walls. That's why she was so heavy in his pocket, hanging out like a fucking rabbit ears of his pants. Guarantee you, she is heavily into that shit with him.
I introduced a bill to pause immigration because we've got to stop this massive abuse of our system, using H-1Bs, using diversity visas. President Trump is exactly right to have frozen the diversity visas, to have stopped that, to freeze the flow from countries of concern. Remember that in 1920, when we had a high percentage of people that were foreign-born, we froze immigration for 40 years, and our country vanquished, the Nazis in Germany, freed the world. We did great things in those 40 years. We can do it again. That's why I introduced legislation to pause immigration. The president's right to do that, and I'm supporting him in that effort.
Okay. Meantime, the Trump administration is working to highlight its
So
achievement.
they completely paused immigration? I didn't hear that. Okay. Basically, anybody coming from a country that's considered high risk. "19 countries are..." This one first. Oh, right there. God, with the ads, man. These are pretty much all Middle Eastern countries. Well, obviously not Venezuela. Cuba. That's in Asia. That's obviously south of the United States. So a lot of these are Middle Eastern, African, couple Asian. Obviously, we have problems with them. We have problems with them. Any Hispanic country that we have problems with, we're obviously not going to allow travel. But it says it's been in effect since 2020. So I need recent. Has the U.S. recently paused immigration? no, yeah, it's still the 19 countries. Same 19 countries. Yeah, it's still the same 19. Yeah, so there's nothing recent. So I don't know what they're talking about.
From countries of concern.
So
Remember that in 19...
I think he's proposing to freeze immigration because of it. It's obvious that the H-1B program was you can investigate it. It's going to be investigated. They're going to find copious amounts of fraud within it, the same as they're finding copious amounts of fraud within the Somalian education center businesses, if you will. And well, obviously health. And it's what's crazy is it why are they choosing children and the sick? Why is it sick people and children? It's insane to choose children and sick people as your target for scamming. It's almost like phone scamming tactics. Go after the weakest people. You go after the weakest part. And obviously they're not the ones paying the bills. But if you target them, everybody else isn't going to be able to pay attention enough to know that they're just being targeted. So I guarantee you, a lot of these programs have been major slides for foreign incursions, if you will. Like the foreign influx of people from these programs is because of this. It's all fraud. It is all fraud. Guaranteed, not a single one of these people should be legally running businesses here. They shouldn't be legally able to do anything. And it's insane that our politicians have been able to just let it happen. So again, it goes back to why the Democrats wanted so badly to keep a Democrat in power and control of the government. It's so obvious now. It's so obvious. It's because then this stuff doesn't get uncovered. It doesn't get uncovered, and it continues to go. I guarantee you'll start seeing these questions being asked. How long has it been going on? If it's been going on this long, is this why the Democrats have been trying to push all these key players into presidential power? Is this why Sleepy Joe didn't seemingly do anything for his whole term, but let a bunch of people into the country? Like, you'll start seeing these questions being asked.
1920, when we had a high percentage of people that were foreign born, we froze immigration for 40 years, and our country vanquished, the Nazis in Germany.
Yeah, it's she's completely cooked. Like, she may as well resign and just deal with the fallout as a civilian. But then again, nothing's going to happen to her. Let's be serious. Nothing is going to happen to her. Nobody's going to scrutinize her financials. No one's going to scrutinize her past. Nothing's going to get scrutinized. It's just going to get left unchecked. Nobody's going to actually say anything. Nothing will happen. I can tell you what should happen. She should be prosecuted for treason. Or trying to think of, because she's a foreigner. She holds a green card over here. I think her status should be revoked. And she should be prosecuted and then sent back. And the reason she should be prosecuted before she gets sent back, so that if she ever tries to come back, that the terms of that will be jail, will be her going to prison for treason. She doesn't get to come back. And that's how it should be. But nothing will happen. Nothing.
Let's make permanent changes to back up what the president's done. And by the way, one underreported piece, the SUE Act, which we included in the Lake and Riley Act last January, which was a bill that I authored with Dan Bishop, that was included, which allows states to sue the federal government if they fail to secure the border in the future, so that we can stop a future Biden-Mayorkas administration from doing that. We're doing a lot of great things, but Congress needs to back the president up in 2026.
Congressman Chip Roy, thank you, and have a happy new year.
Happy New Year, Julie. God bless.
It was Chip Roy. He looks familiar. So yeah, in a roundabout way, we kind of got here. Yeah, this well, this is actually completely different. This is about mental health. But to solve this problem, asylums need to be reopened. This lady needs fired. Get her the hell out of here. You are not a cop. You are you look like a desk jockey at most. But yeah, there's another article about the 2024, 126 homicides, 149, 208. 2021 was crazy. It was like they were trying to break a record or some. But again, the whole issue with the homicide numbers are going down, but domestic violence deaths are going up. It's the same problem on both ends. Is these people are mentally ill, and mental asylums need opened, need put back into place, and these people that commit this stuff either end up there or in prison. And the likelihood of somebody committing domestic violence a second time after doing it a first time is astronomically high. We need to stop giving the wrong people the benefit of the doubt, because the wrong people are out here killing all the good people. They're killing the good people. They're beating the good people up. They're just terrorizing everything else because a liberal policy says that there's a chance that person can be rehabilitated. There is not. If they committed that kind of crime once, there is almost a 100% chance they're going to do it again. Stop playing the benefit of the doubt for all mankind. It's not going to work that way. More people are going to be harmed by that policy than anybody will be helped by. So mental institutions need put back into place. People are getting charged. If you're going out to a house because of a domestic abuse or violence call, then people need to go to jail and be committed to some institution, because there's mental illness that is going through. And before these people end up or are allowed to murder somebody, they need to be in a mental institution. They need to be institutionalized, or they need to be in indentured servitude in a prison. And yes, I believe prisoners belong working when they're not sleeping or eating. That should be their exercise. They've shown that they don't have the ability to live amongst the regular populace. So why should they be able to get isolated treatment under the taxpayer's dime, under the regular populace's dime? The regular populace are paying for people to go and do the same stuff they're otherwise doing on the streets, but in a smaller capacity. Like their own little city in there now. It doesn't make sense to me. No, these people should be working from the time they wake up and eat their breakfast until the time they are done and are going to bed after they eat dinner. And it should be basically, well, no, they're not MREs, because there's a lot of good MREs. They do. Prisoners should get the omelet, the veggie omelet MRE, and that's it. The veggie omelet MRE, the gum, and that's it. Water and orange juice. Water for sustenance, orange juice for immune system. They stop treating prisoners as if they're a toddler who's done something bad. This is basically how our prisons are. Our prisons are bad. No, there are bad people in them, but our prisons aren't. Our prisons are basically like a daycare for adults who can't mind themselves in public. They're like, it's time out. It's time out for adults. Like, the worst of the worst people get sent into these places, and instead of being treated like they're the worst of the worst people, they're treated like humans. They're humans. No, they're not. They're animals. They are absolute animals. There's nothing human about somebody who can laugh while murdering people. There's nothing human about somebody who can laugh while raping people. There's nothing human about that. You can't tell me that that is human. Well, there's human in... No, there's not a human in there. They're one step to being Michael Myers. There is not a human in there. So stop treating people who've committed a domestic violence case once as if they just stepped on somebody's foot. No, these people will do it again. They will commit these acts again, and they'll cause your statistics to look stupid. Well, homicides are going down, but domestic deaths are going up. I don't know. That's why your statistics look stupid. Because you thought breaking out deaths due to domestic violence from homicides was going to make it look any better. It's not. It won't look better. It's going to look really bad. And it's not going to look really bad and, oh my God, that's bad. It looks bad, but it's going to look really bad on city officials, police, anybody who says that they're out policing this stuff. That's who it looks bad for. It doesn't look bad for me. Actually gives me something to talk about. And see, that's what they're also not doing. They're not giving the domestic violence deaths. See, it's another statistic they're failing to give. They want to give the homicides, but then they want to somehow separate out domestic violence deaths as if that's not still homicide. Person's still not, as if a person's not killing another person. It doesn't make sense. And when they talk in this way and give out, well, we only had 81 murders, homicides this year. How many domestic violence deaths did we have? Oh, we had 401. So we had more than almost 500 homicides, essentially. Oh, well, no. Homicides are different because it's not strictly between a husband and a wife, and it's not just in the home. So we had to separate that out because these are special cases. These are all special cases. Domestic violence deaths are special. No, it's all homicide. It's all homicide. And if we had 400 domestic violence deaths and 81 homicides, no, we have 481 homicides. and which makes sense of why they want to increase the budget. They want that $1.26 billion operating budget, and which is going to give $774 million to police, fire, and rescue. It's because they know their statistics don't make sense. They know they're completely inaccurate, and if they were to calculate it as it should be calculated, they would have needed all that extra stuff years ago, because we would have been breaking that record year over year like it's a sales margin. Like it's like we're out here making profits. So they can lie or they can jump around these statistics all they want. But I know what they're actually saying, and well, that's a conspiracy. Okay, it's a conspiracy, but ask them how many domestic violence deaths there are. And then as well, once you ask them that, ask them why are domestic violence deaths separate from homicides? And then listen to them clamor on their stupid scientific excuses, this all brilliant excuse that they've come up with on why homicides and domestic violence deaths are different, even though it's a person killing another person. Actively doing it, knowingly doing it, probably in a premeditated manner. Well, that would be premeditated homicide or premeditated murder. The premeditation goes into effect when it's planned beforehand. So a homicide is probably where someone kills another person and just a happenstance happens to kill that person, which is a lot of domestic violence deaths happen that way. A lot of these people wake up that day and decide to kill their families. Decide to beat their wives half to death, and she dies in the hospital. Or the wife murders the husband. If this is what you're talking about in domestic violence deaths, then that sounds like homicide to me. You can't separate these numbers out to make them look better. No, put this domestic violence because if this article, fuck out of here, Steam. If this article says this, which is pretty much two contradicting things, that means they're actually the same thing. They just decided to separate them for statistics' sake. Like, it's for the sake of statistics working, we need to separate these two. But they actually are the same thing. That's what this is. You can't say that violent crime is down, but domestic violence homicides remain a concern. Well, that would mean violent crime isn't going down. It means it's still a concern. Like, you can't separate this stuff out to make it something seem better. And then turn around and say, we need $1.26 billion in operating budget going forward, January 1st of 2026. But crime is getting better. A lot less murders. We got 18 police officers in the neighborhoods. 5 of them are in the academy. We got 37 firefighters in the neighborhoods ready to fight fires. But we also have 9 of, and that's what makes this all seem like a joke, because you're separating these things out and thinking you're telling us something. What you're telling me is that violent crime and homicide hasn't gone down. You just found a way to make it look as though it did, because you separated out domestic violence stuff to make homicide numbers look better. It sounds like the Board of Education stuff. It sounds like what the Board of Education would do to make test scores look better so they can get more funding, so they can embezzle it. It's literally like an embezzlement scheme. And then we got the guy turning around. Oh, we need $1.26 billion we need to spend. So you can't tell me that the numbers are going down. These numbers are going down, but these numbers are going up, but they're ultimately the same numbers because it has to do with violent crime. It's just insane how these people will lie straight to our faces and expect us not to see through it. Then you turn around and ask us for money. Turn around and ask us for friggin' money. What is this? Talk about all the six. That's why it's gonna. I figured it out. This is why Elder Scrolls 6 will be 600 hours, because it's gonna take that long to render in all the trees they're putting in it. If it's going to have more trees than Skyrim, then it's going to take 600 hours to load the first mission. Well, it's going to be 600 hours of loading screens. That's what it's going to be. 600 straight hours of loading screens.
Down on violent crime in Cleveland. As part of a crackdown on violent crime in Cleveland, troopers with the State Highway Patrol tried to box in the car of a Cleveland man, wanted on charges that include possession of illegal weapons and resisting arrest.
I was trying to take off northbound, just went around a cruiser here. Chopper does have it, you guys disregard.
A Highway Patrol helicopter was part of the coordinated anti-crime initiative with Cleveland police. The Eye in the Sky was able to track the car and direct crews on the ground.
Right turn eastbound Harvard. Just caused a crash right at Revere. At Revere and 112. It's a white car. Looks like driver's out on foot. It's a black male. Long dark hair, gray hoodie, black pants, white shoes.
He didn't even let it really stop.
Towards Greenwich. Hair. Looks like driver's out. A crash right at Revere. Eastbound Harvard.
It hits.
Just caused a crash right at Revere. At Revere and 112.
And by the time,
it's a white car.
yeah, by the time the chopper gets around the tree, the dude's already out of the car and sprinted 100 fucking meters. That's insane. My dude's got legs.
Like
he didn't even fall. He almost fell, but he didn't fall.
Gray hoodie, black pants, white shoes.
That's fucking nuts. Hopefully they got that guy.
I got him.
Oh yeah, they got him. Hunkered down in a ditch.
118 chopper, he's 73.
The chopper pinpointed the area where 20-year-old Jay Sean Foster was hiding after he crashed. He was arrested by troopers, and inside his car, they found an illegal firearm with an extended magazine.
Dude's got some legs on him, man. Like, how are you that athletic, and crime is what you choose to use your athleticism for? Like, it's insane. Dude, he had really good balance. I'm gonna go back and slow that shit down. He had really good balance. Hits another car, is able to get out of the car while the car is moving, and only loses balance enough to almost fall. Not even fall. He almost falls. Like, it's crazy. Of all the things he could have used his abilities for, he chose crime.
It's a crash right at Revere. At Revere and 112. It's a white car. Looks like
that's why he almost fell, because he had to hurdle a tree. Like, all this athleticism. Like, how are you? It boils down to his upbringing. How was he raised? Who did he have around him while he was growing up? Did he have positive role models that were showing him, like, look, you are super athletic and you probably should lean into that, and not using it in crime, but lean into your athleticism because you're very athletic and you probably do something really good with it. and you could get out of these neighborhoods with all the bad influences. I guarantee you he did not have good influences in his at his side growing up, because that athleticism would have been turned into something. It's insane. People with that much athleticism and abilities choose crime to use it.
got him.
Year-old boy in a stolen Kia. He sped
so
away
dumb.
in a residential neighborhood, forcing troopers to call off the chase. However, the chopper continued to follow the car until it crashed into another vehicle. The teen bailed out and ran, but was arrested by troopers a short time later. During the crackdown on Wednesday, authorities seized a total of 11 illegal firearms, made 16 felony arrests and 4 drug seizures, recovered 3 stolen cars, and tracked down 4 wanted fugitives. Jack Shea, Fox 8 News in Cleveland.
And they gave my man a montage highlight at the end of their broadcast. That's how much athleticism he had. They decided, you know what? It's unfortunate. A really athletic kid chose crime to use his athleticism in. It's mind-boggling. So let's give him a Friday night highlight. Instead of hurdling football players and hurdling hurdles in track and field, no, he's hurdling trees running from a car chase.
Jack Shea, Fox 8 News in Cleveland.
And he hurdled it as it was pretty much rolling, because it was still moving. It's crazy. All that athleticism just literally wasted for nothing. You could be playing sports. You could be doing something a lot more productive with your athleticism instead of running from a police chase. So dumb. We're gonna watch it. Gotta unmute it first.
2 people are recovering this morning after a shooting in Whitehall. Here's a live look right now at South Hamilton Road.
Shooting in Whitehall, and that is today. November 23rd. So not that far back. That's where that retirement community, the elderly community is going. Whitehall's right here. And it's not just here. Whitehall does this. So like all of this is not very good. Wrapped around Bexley, none of this is that good. Shootings and all kinds of stuff bad go on in this area. So this area that they're putting these senior living places are not good areas. So do not pat these people on the back for their affordable housing initiatives, because that's where they're putting these places. I've already explained how affordable housing works and the only way it works. You won't see it go up in Whitehall or up in Bexley. You won't see it go up in Upper Arlington, in the richer parts of Gahanna, Dublin. You won't see affordable housing go up there. You'll see affordable housing go up on St. Clair Avenue, Whitehall, the West Side. That's where these places will have affordable housing, where shootings happen.
Road. The Whitehall Division of Police says it happened just before 4 this morning. We are told both victims are in stable condition, and Whitehall police are still looking for a suspect at this hour. 2 people are recovering this morning after.
Didn't say what was going on. Bad thing is it was here. Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of have an idea of what was going on there and why people got shot. It's unfortunate.
A hit-and-run crash. This morning, Columbus police are investigating a hit-and-run crash that happened on Sunday night on Hilliard Rome Road, right near Roberts Road. Now, this is an area safety officials already had their eyes on when it comes to reducing the number of crashes along that stretch. If you take a look, this is where the crash happened, and you can't quite see it, but I'm going to try and zoom into that blinking yellow arrow. So you might have noticed these blinking yellow arrows along Hilliard Rome Road and Roberts over the past couple of months. The arrows allow drivers to turn left.
It's not new. How old is this? I hope this is old. This is a month old. That's years old. Those blinking yellow lights have been there for at least a year. At least a year. So if people don't understand how they work, they probably shouldn't be driving. If you don't understand what the blinking yellow light means, you probably shouldn't be driving. I mean, if people were required to take driving classes, they would have been taught that a flashing yellow light for any capacity is a proceed with caution light. Even when the light turns from green to yellow to red, that's what the yellow light means. It means proceed with caution, or proceed with caution and prepare to stop. I think that's almost exactly what it means. But the yellow light is a proceed with caution light. This flashing yellow light thing is not new. It's been here for at least a year. And the people that are not understanding it, they probably shouldn't be behind the wheel of a car. And I can guarantee you, I know what people are having problems with it.
With caution. And originally when these were put in, the hope was that it would reduce the number of crashes, especially left turn crashes, happening in this area. There's about a dozen of them up over here and more on the way across the city. Right now, it's too early to tell if these left turn signals have actually helped make this stretch safer. Meantime, we're told police are still looking for that driver that left the scene.
But isn't she there reporting on a crash?
This morning, Columbus police are...
She's there reporting on a crash and wondering if the flashing yellow light works. I'm going to take a guess and say no. Who hires these people? Oh my God. There's, you say body cam footage shows it. There's no body cam footage. I thought that's what this article was. I thought it was actual body cam.
Oh. Their own fucking head. Everyone's in their own fucking head. Everybody wants to get better, but they're all stuck in their fucking head and they don't do shit because you're all fucking scared out here. Everyone's fucking scared. You know why? Because you're not humble. Once you realize you're nothing, then you can't be beat. Nobody can beat me. Nobody can make my feelings feel hurt. Nobody can stop me. You know why? Because I don't think I'm anybody. So what the fuck are you saying? Once you lean into humility, it's over. Nobody can beat you. Everyone.
Whatever your name was. This is what I was trying to tell you. You can't beat me. I know I'm fucking nothing. You can't beat nothing. So, good luck trying. And if you're going to come at me using your country to come at me with, you better be in a better country than England. Better be in a better country than England if you're going to come at me with nothing. Because I have nothing and nothing to lose. So
in their own fucking head. Everybody wants to get better, but they're all stuck in their fucking head and they don't do shit because you're all fucking scared out here. Everyone's fucking scared. You know why? Because you're not humble. Once you realize you're nothing, then you can't be beat. Nobody can beat me. Nobody can make my feelings feel hurt. Nobody can stop me. You know why? Because I don't think I'm anybody. So what the fuck are you saying? Once you lean into humility, it's over. Nobody can beat you. Everyone's in their own fucking head. Everybody.
Yep. Fucking based. Can't beat me. I know I'm fucking nothing. We're all fucking. We all need to learn we're fucking nothing. That's what's insane, is everybody's out here thinking they're something when we're ultimately nothing. Like, look at it, really. We are this in comparison to all of this. So we need to start thinking in those terms. We'll be a lot better off and be able to deal with each other's shit a lot better once we start actually realizing that none of us are fucking anything. None of us are anything. Yeah, we're all trying to be something, but just know we're nothing. Literally, we're nothing. I'm nothing. Nobody is anything.
An alleged burglary turning deadly here in Grove City. We're along Louise Court, where this home behind me was the scene of a man who barricaded himself inside of the home for several hours before shooting at Grove City police. He did shoot one Grove City police officer. That officer is expected to be okay, but officers fired back and that suspect is now dead. We're following the latest updates.
That's why I saved this, because her nonchalantness. That suspect is now dead. Like, that's just, I was sitting on the shitter when I watched this, and I think I laughed out loud, like, because I wasn't expecting, like, because it's pretty professional. But that shit cracked me up when I heard it.
An alleged burglary turning deadly here in Grove City. We're along Louise Court, where this home behind me was the scene of a man who barricaded himself inside of the home for several hours before shooting at Grove City police. He did shoot one Grove City police officer. That officer is expected to be okay, but officers fired back and that suspect is now dead. We're following the latest updates this Thursday. Stay updated with us as we do learn more here in Grove City.
It's diabolical. That's a fucking diabolical delivery. And she's a pro. She is a fucking pro. Because she'll get you laughing at the perfect moment. Like, glad the officer's okay, but that's fucking hilarious because that motherfucker's dead. That's so good. I hate that. Oh, you're laughing at death. No, I'm laughing at her delivery and the fact that the officers responded with him shooting an officer with him being dead. It's like their delivery fucking tees it off and sinks it. It's beautiful. Her delivery is phenomenal. I gotta watch it again. That suspect is now dead.
One Grove City police officer. That officer is expected to be okay, but officers fired back and that suspect is now dead. We're following the latest updates this Thursday. Stay updated with us as we do learn more here in Grove City. And
that suspect is now dead. Back to you, Tom. It's like she delivered the best news of the day. That's what it's. She hit that with, I'm about to deliver the best news of the day right here. She does. Glad the officer's okay, and glad the intruder is dead. Oh my God, she's got us laughing at death. I'm laughing at death. No, the way you delivered it. I'm laughing at the way you delivered it. Aaron Simonek. Oh, that's so funny. It's not, but it is. Her delivery. It's the meme. the dark humor meme. Like, you know, you have dark humor when you laugh at the worst opportune time, aka the delivery of somebody saying somebody's dead. The officer shot back, and that suspect is now dead. It's so good. Her delivery. Oh my god. The delivery. The delivery. The capture of the delivery. I want to put something, but I can't out of pocket it or something like that. So I'm not gonna put anything. Okay, so what was this? Ohio unemployment. Yes, I saw this. Didn't I just unmute you?
Rise in unemployment claims across Ohio. More than 10,000 people filed new claims last week, a jump of nearly 2,800 in just 7 days. Continued claims also climbing, now close to 48,000. State officials say some claims are being flagged for fraud as workers turn to Ohio Means Jobs for help getting back to work. New this morning.
And that's what's crazy is, I always say that. That's what's crazy. The crazy part about this is my identity could be used fraudulently to get unemployment money. Anybody's identity could be actively being used to gain fraudulent unemployment money. And there's really no system to check to see if somebody's gaining unemployment money on your name. I mean, is there a way to find out if somebody's getting unemployment money on my name? It's just like, if you're asking me, you might want to go and do it. Okay. The thing of it is like, wouldn't the fraudsters get that mail routed? Wouldn't fraudsters get the mail rerouted so that the victim isn't aware of the fraud until it's too late, until they're like essentially getting contacted directly by some type of agency? Yeah, exactly. So if a fraudster wants to use your identity to scam unemployment, you won't know. They'll reroute the mail, or they'll set up the address for whatever they're using to scam and defraud with. They'll set that up. But it's one thing. It would be hard. Would be the IRS stuff. It'd be hard to do it with the IRS stuff, because then the IRS is going to send forms and documents to the most current address on file in their tax system. So if not done correctly, you can still figure out you're being defrauded with your identity if a tax form, a 1099-G, shows up. Because then it's like, wait a second. Because otherwise, if you're a W-2 employee, you're going to get W-2s from your company. If you're 1099, you're going to get 1099 stuff. Well, a lot of times it's more or less like you're going to get your tax pen and you're going to use that as a way to file your taxes, because all of the 1099 forms and all that, they're all digital. And when you get your pen to do your filing, it essentially tells you what you're going to be filing as. And if you're not certain what you're filing as, you can always go to your company and well, a lot of times nowadays it's all digital, so your company's going to have a place where all of your tax information goes. So you go to that place and it'll say, I mean, if you're looking at a W-2, you're a W-2 employee. It's just how it works. If you're paying taxes out of your paychecks, every paycheck, and you file taxes at the end of the year every year without any weird paperwork showing or having to file any weird paperwork, then you're probably a W-2 employee. Your company gives you a W-2 for you to use for your taxes, you're a W-2 employee. 1099 people are different. The information they get is different. I mean, it ultimately looks the same. It looks like W-2s, but they're not. The information's a little bit different, and the boxes that they go into are a little bit different. They explain different things. But a 1099 person is a self-employed person. Someone who's self-employed, pays taxes at the end of the year based on what they make over a certain amount. But a 1099G sounds like an unemployment thing. Yeah. That's why people find out much later, is because these cause delays in them figuring it out. No complaint exists yet, and that's the key piece. The person who's being defrauded is like these are being used to keep the complaint from happening, because once one of these things hits, the complaint comes in. There's no way it doesn't. Once one of these triggers, the complaint comes in and it starts to get uncovered. But by that time, it doesn't matter because the person's already taken the money and run. So hard to figure out who did it, unless they're running a business of scams and schemes. Yeah. Yeah, and the IRS tax mismatch wouldn't come instantly. It wouldn't come until in Ohio's instance, it would be the time in which you filed your taxes, and they basically put them against what they see is your taxes, and they would see the discrepancy, and they'd be like, and it's they'll probably trigger an audit. Promise you, guarantee something like that. If the tax system, it triggers within the tax system as a mismatch, guaranteed you're getting audited. I can promise you're getting audited. And that's probably why some people get audited and they don't know why. They're probably being audited because the IRS is investigating some type of fraud, and if the person's complicit, they don't want to tip them off that they're investigating it. So they're not going to say anything. So that's probably why they do the audit, is so that they can just scrutinize the records, because the person who's in the right is going to be able to produce all the records. And when they're asked key questions, they'll be able to see they have no idea what's going on. They're probably a victim of identity theft. So then they go from there, try to investigate if they can figure out who it was, and where the fraud came from. So if it triggers this, the person who's the victim is definitely going to get audited if this triggers. I mean, it could. Ultimately, who reads credit reports for anomalies? State audit. Well, state audit would probably see that there's discrepancies on the state side. I mean, it could potentially pinpoint a victim, but they would also identify that victim and mislabel them as the perpetrator. So state audit, I mean, while it'll probably uncover it, it's going to be harmful for the victim, and it's going to be hard for the victim to prove that they're not, because the state doesn't believe anybody for anything. They're kind of worse than the federal government in that regard. Employer dispute. I don't know how that would trigger it. Well, yeah, because it does get reported back to essentially the employer that you're tapping into the money that you paid into it. Because unemployment isn't like just free money. It's money you've paid into unemployment while you're working full time. And it comes from that company too. It's what the company, you pay into that company's unemployment. You only have so much. Why it runs out, and people end up trying to get reevaluations. They go on welfare, supplement that gap between employment, stuff like that. But people can't just get unemployment for any reason. You have to be, I think it's fired. I think it's fired or laid off. Quitting a job, you do not qualify for unemployment. But it's for full-time work. It's not, part-time workers do not get unemployment. Part-time workers don't qualify for unemployment. And that encompasses a lot of students who only work part-time. So yeah, the employer dispute would be a little bit, that would be a little bit harder for it to actually come about, unless the person still works for the company. I'm sure these companies get unemployment claims constantly for people that have worked there. They've laid off, they've fired, stuff like that. But yeah, the victim proactivity would be one of the last the last things that happen to keep somebody safe is the victim proactivity, because most victims aren't going to be proactive to think about, oh, it's my I in the pathway of somebody being able to steal my identity and claim unemployment under it. A lot of people think that they're safe from that, but they're not. I mean, everybody's capable of being a victim of identity theft at any moment in time. The way these companies sell our data around, it's very easy for someone to have identity theft now. I mean, look at the Rainbow Six Siege hack. You think those hackers just got in there to budge around in the game? No, those hackers got in there and got access to very private information. So the victim is going to be the last person that's going to know what's going on. It's crazy. It's an insane thing to think about. The fact that somebody who works is getting unemployment taken out in their name. The fact that people's identities can be stolen like they are nowadays is insane. It's crazy to me. It's a crazy concept to me. And this kind of makes me mad, because this has got people thinking that it's, well, Ohio quietly went and just castrated this whole bill. The cannabis bill was castrated. Yeah, and this is the bill right here. This is the law that Mike DeWine signed into place. I'm gonna download. I want to download it. You select all. Nope. Open and won't double click one. Try to download it from here. Because I'm gonna feed it into AI. Tell it to talk to me like a normal person. Oops. I don't know where to put it, to be honest with you. Yeah, off stream, I'm going to feed it into AI and tell AI to break it down and talk to me like a normal person. Tortilla law. Food laws have a habit of slipping quietly under the radar. From salt reduction targets to sugar levies, these changes rarely announce themselves loudly, yet they often reflect years of research, lobbying, and public health concern. In recent decades, much of that focus has centered on fortification, the practice of adding vitamins or minerals to commonly eaten foods to address population-wide deficiency. Bread, breakfast, cereal, and flour have long been part of that conversation, particularly when it comes to folic acid. Now, another familiar food is stepping into the spotlight. This week, a new California law comes into effect that directly affects corn tortillas and the products made from them. Dubbed the Tortilla Law, across social media platforms like X, whilst it might sound interestingly niche and even a bit fun, the reason behind its existence is anything but. From January 1st, 2026, Assembly Bill 1830 requires corn mesa flour the primary ingredient in corn tortillas, do contain a specified amount of folic acid. Wet corn mesa products are also included. The move follows mounting evidence that certain communities, particularly those whose diets rely more heavily on corn-based staples, have not benefited equally from existing fortification policies. As for what folic acid does, WebMD explains folate and folic acid are forms of vitamin B9 used for deficiency and to prevent pregnancy complications. Many foods contain folate or have folic acid added. Since 1998, folic acid has been added by law to many wheat-based products in the U.S., including bread and pasta. Corn mesa flour, however, was not part of that original mandate. Supporters of the new law to disproportionately higher rates of severe birth defects, particularly neural tube defects, that occur very early in pregnancy. Folic acid intake before and during early pregnancy has been shown to significantly reduce the risk of these conditions. The legislation itself is highly specific. Reported by Fox 5 San Diego, Section 2 of the bill states, corn mesa flour manufactured, sold, delivered, distributed, held, offered for sale, or used as an ingredient in the manufacture of a food product shall contain folic acid at a level of 0.7 milligrams of folic acid per pound of corn mesa flour within an acceptable industry standard deviation of error. Wet corn mesa must contain 0.04 milligrams per pound of end product. The increase of folic acid to tortillas should decrease the risk of birth defects in newborns whose parents have them in their diets. I guess that's the person who took the image. Beyond the formulation changes, the law also requires clear labeling. Products must declare the presence of folic acid on their nutrition labels and state whether they contain corn mesa flour or were produced using a wet corn mesa process. The bill passed unanimously with a 77-0 vote and was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom in September of 2024. While consumers are unlikely to notice any difference in taste or appearance, lawmakers argue the long-term impact could be significant, potentially preventing serious health outcomes and reducing future healthcare costs. I mean, there's only one specific way I like corn tortillas, and it's that way. Putting them on some type of grill surface and getting them all crispy. I do like turning them into little corn tortilla pizzas. It's some good stuff. So, I mean, if it's helpful to the people who have a primarily corn-based diet, like corn tortillas, things like that, if it's helpful for them, so be it. I mean, if the law helps them, but the thing is, why do you need to sign it to make a law about it? Why do companies have to be forced to do the right thing? To me, that's what I don't understand. I don't understand why Gavin Newsom had to force these companies to put more folic acid into these, into mesa flour and wet mesa flour. They should have said, okay, we hear you on the health benefits. Let's do it. But they would argue, it's costing us so much more money. It's just going to cost so much more money. Wah. Always whining about how much it costs when you all are the ones always trying to keep people alive. You guys want to be the ones forcing everyone to stay alive, But then you want to cry because people use the things to stay alive and don't want to go broke doing it. Whatever. CCS board offered Superintendent Angela Chapman pointed feedback in her evaluation, saying her performance has significant areas for improvement. I wanted to read this because I ain't going to be able to read it because, the Columbus Dispatch hates people. They don't want readers of their newspaper. They want you to kiss their ass and go somewhere else. Well, explains everything I need to know. Sounds like she's not doing a good job. First comment says that they need to hire a retired Marine general. That's not good. You're not doing a good job. If a retired Marine general is just going to curse at you, is better than you. As someone on the right, it's time to go scorched earth on the Republican Party. And here what he's got to say. Here what he's got to say. Go give me a drink.
Nancy Pelosi isn't arrested. Hillary Clinton is not arrested. Adam Schiff is not arrested. Merrick Garland is not arrested. The J6 committee is not arrested. Tim Walz is not arrested. Ilhan Omar is not arrested. No one is getting arrested. And it's almost been a year. She should be impeached.
No, you're thinking too small, my friend. It has been 10 years since Donald Trump went down the golden escalator. And we've pretty much not got anything we've been promised. No border wall, no mass deportations. Hillary Clinton was never arrested. Everyone part of the Russia hoax was never arrested. Obama hasn't been arrested. And if nothing happens within the next 3 years and the GOP has the nerve to tell us to vote for another Republican, I say we laugh in their faces. Because we gave these people everything. We gave them the House, we gave them the Senate, we gave them all the power. We put them into the presidency. And what do we get in return? We get nothing. Trump has deported less people than Obama. He hasn't arrested anyone in the deep state. He hasn't drained the swamp. The Epstein files have been a... No, you're thinking...
Is not arrested. No one is getting arrested. And it's almost been a year. She should be impeached.
No, you're thinking too small, my friend. It has been 10 years since Donald Trump went down the golden escalator. And we've pretty much not got anything we've been promised. No border wall, no mass deportations. Hillary Clinton was never...
I will say, he's been trying to do the mass deportations. I will give him that. He's been trying to do the mass deportations, but just like back in the Civil War times, we have a copious amounts of people that are standing in the way of it. So I will give him that. He is trying to do the mass deportation thing, but he's letting people stand in his way. He's letting people stand in his way.
Arrested. Everyone part of the Russia hoax was never arrested. Obama hasn't been arrested. And if nothing happens within the next 3 years and the GOP has the nerve to tell us to vote for another Republican, I say we laugh in their faces. Because we gave these people everything. We gave them the House, we gave them the Senate, we gave them all the power. We put them into the presidency. And what do we get in return? We get nothing. Trump has deported less people than Obama. He hasn't arrested anyone in the deep state. He hasn't drained the swamp.
I'm going to look at that.
The Epstein files have been a debacle. First it was, the Epstein files, they don't exist, but then they do exist. We're going to release them, in a phase. They're on my desk, then they're not on.
I am going to look at that. Has Donald Trump deported less people than Barack Obama? No. This hurts the Democrat narrative. Obama was such a great president. He was a people for the people president. Oh, don't know about that. He deported more people than Trump did. 3.2 million deportations between 2009 and 2012. So he's right. He is right. Donald Trump ain't deported nobody. He hasn't deported anybody.
On my desk, it was just a figure of speech. They were a Democrat hoax, and now we're going to release them, but they're going to be super redacted. No. If Donald Trump and the Republicans do nothing within the next 3 years, the GOP is done. Why should we conservatives vote for people who do nothing for us? They're not conserving anything. They're just helping out their donors. Israel has gotten everything they wanted. All the corporate interests have gotten everything they wanted. The donors have gotten what they wanted. But what have the American people gotten? What have the people who voted for Donald Trump gotten? Nothing. Until we start seeing justice, until we start seeing some actual results, I don't want to hear about J.D. Vance, 2028. I don't want to hear about, oh, vote for this Republican, that Republican. I don't care. We need results, or the right doesn't deserve us to turn out for them and get us to vote for them, to get us to vote for Republicans. Because what do they do for us? What have they done for us? Nothing. So Donald Trump, do something. Administration, do something. Mass deportations, arrests. We want justice. 10 years, you haven't even built the damn wall. It's time we take our own side. Republicans, you either do what we voted you in there to do, or you can be replaced by something else. The decision is yours.
Remember that whole AI thing, right? Everybody's jobs can be replaced by AI. Guess what, government? We can replace you with AI. I mean, you all just basically, your FBI scripts are coming from AI. AI is producing better information than the script you produced for the Charlie Kirk assassination. Like, you can be replaced with AI. You want to tell us we can be replaced with AI? Guess what, old folks? Government, you can be replaced with it too. We could just feed it parameters. We'll feed it parameters and say, what's the best outcome? You can be replaced with AI. And don't think we won't. You know what? I was thinking about this while I was watching that guy. Where is it? I have to Google. Nick Fuentes. Ultimatum. Yeah, right here. Ultimatum to Trump and the GOP.
Nick Fuentes issued this.
I want the Nick Fuentes version. Where the hell did my X tab go?
Ultimatum to the GOP.
I need to see the actual
over
tweet.
Trump. Yeah, agenda delays. If Trump said in 2024 we got a mandate to fix America, cut back the spending, stop the fraud, arrest and shit. It's a year later since the election. Who's been arrested? Of those finding of corruption and fraud, have Congress ratified those savings? Have anybody been perk walked or arrested or investigated for all the fraud and the waste of the American taxpayer dollar? Not one arrest, not one indictment. Hell, Congress won't even ratify the actual savings of the dole.
And we know we got lip service, gaslighting, and
together in the next 3 years.
Yeah, I need to find his tweet. I know we put it up here. I don't think it was that. He's wearing a hoodie. So here. There it is. Oh, it's the same guy. God damn it. What is this?
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support.
It's crazy. Like, you can see how much all of this has aged him. To what he looked, from what he looked like then to what he looks like now, you can see the age in that kid. That is insane. And you see what all this does to people. You see what all this stress and all of this fight. You see what this does to people.
Get into it, our featured story. It's all about this Trump interview. And man, guys, this is not good.
Let me ask. Find me. Find me. Out the mandate.
Everybody knows the country's going down the tubes. The Republicans will not lift a finger to do a thing about it.
Find me. Rumble.
But as soon as people start playing games, I stop. I stop playing games. And at any moment, I can hit that gate.
You must love. And assassinated. And we're killing ourselves every day, inadvertently, with the kinds of things that we eat and breathe and drink and see. People have got to start to radically begin to obey their conscience and tell the truth and do the right thing. People have got to start to get courageous. She stands being up. I mean, she pees standing up. Santa Claus is real.
Me, Mom, have you ever tried a horseshoe?
Stupid ghetto black people. I'm rich. We're going to dive into the show. We're going to get into some of the highlights of 2025. We'll talk about the whole year, talk about me, the generational run. We'll talk about the Trump administration. We'll actually get to a few news stories. There's a couple of things in particular that I want to cover just before we leave. And I guess I want to start by saying, in our year in review show, 2025 probably is the best year that we've ever had at America First. I think by far and away easily, this has been the biggest year for the show, most views, biggest viewership, most viral from this year, and what all happened. Because a lot of people said, oh, things started. And then once people watched the show, they said, wow, okay, so this guy isn't just some hateful maniac at all. When you're riding on the public transit, when you're at the office, when you're at school, when you're watching these movies. And I'm not even saying it's a bad thing, but they're telling us that this is happening and they're denying that it's real. He says, I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. He repeatedly and consistently says, identity politics is evil. And the Great Replacement has nothing to do with racial demographics. It has to do with voting rights. Well, here's a statistic for you. Since 2012, 50% of this country's newborns have been your grandparents. It is about revering them, having enough respect and love for your parents, for your mother and father, not to destroy the civilization of them and their ancestors. And that is the most with that's actually the only normal position. That is the normal, healthy, righteous disposition. You should want to fight for the civilization of your ancestors. That is the inheritance of our posterity. It is. Without them, we would thrive, become dominant. Here's no mass deportations. We're actually protecting the illegals who work on farms. They're going to, hey, they did it with the Tea Party movement. They did. So the sophisticated aliens will do something more sophisticated. They do the invasion of the body snatchers. They look like people. They act like people. The interview was to get me to talk, so I made myself look bad. Talk about feminism in and of itself being, I would add one final thing, and then we'll move on. Here's the biggest play. In the end, where all of this is headed is J.D. Vance for president in 2028. That is the lead, which they have buried. As quickly as they got J.D. Vance in the vice presidency nomination last year, they want to get him in the Oval Office in 2028. They want to make him the president. Why? Who knows? But there are powerful, powerful forces in Silicon Valley, billionaires, the GOP, all the king's men, that want to make J.D. Vance the president. And I have identified myself very early on as an opponent of J.D. Vance. And for that, they want to bury me. For that, they want to kill me. Because I'm telling a lot of young men that Vance is going to need in the election, I'm telling a lot of young men, do not trust this guy, because this guy is a creep. We don't know who he is. We don't know what his real name is. We don't know what his real job is. We don't know who he owes, who blackmailed him, who he works for. We just don't know anything about this guy. And it's weird. It's weird. He's weird. His family's weird. It's weird that they're all promoting him. Something is not right here. And that much is obvious. Everybody with eyes can see that something is off about that. And that's the biggest thing. And I believe it when I say this, that if I were going out on the show every night and saying, let's all be good team players and let's all vote for J.D. Vance in 28, they would tolerate me. Trust me when I tell you that if I were going out every day on the show and saying, let's all be good little Republicans and let's dutifully vote for J.D. Vance, you know they would tolerate me. They would tolerate those decisions. Like, for example, they're going to bring in Anduril, Palantir. These are all the same people. Whatever they will serve up on a platter. So Joe Biden brought in 10 million. Phil, 330. They told you this to tell you. They told you this year was going to be a golden age. Think about where we were this time last year. Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember where you were on election night in 2024? I remember where I was. I was here streaming the show, feeling like an idiot because I didn't vote for Trump and everybody was so exuberant, so over the moon, everybody was celebrating. Do you remember where you were? Do you remember the excitement, the energy, the hopes, the expectations? And then what happened?